Okay, welcome, everybody. Let's get started on today's show. So, last week we've been heavy on the art. Well, really, truth be told, last week I've been rather heavy on the migraine, which is why I feel I didn't get as much done as I would have liked to. Grabbing a water bottle, but can't change the past. I can change the future. So, what are we going to do this week? This week, I want to make another step, ideally a big one, towards the demo version being something that I can release. Now, what does that mean? Currently, the game has sound effects, but unless you are actively doing something and the game responds by playing a sound effect, well, it's kinda quiet. If you are just chilling, reading, not doing anything particular, either in the menu or on the table where you'll be spending most of your time, then the game gives you, in fact, deathly silence. Because I haven't implemented any sound. If we'll pause the music for just a moment, you'll hear kinda quiet. And that's not supposed to be this way. I've put it off because I would rather have the game finished, as in the core gameplay, and I wanted to define what's even going on. Naturally, sound isn't something that's all too difficult, I find. I'm not an expert by any means on sound design or sound editing, but I don't have too much trouble with it. But it is effort, having to source assets, and it is extremely rare that you find something that is just perfect the way it comes. You'll have to all too often cut it down, even edit it a little bit, and I'm talking tiny edits. Like if a sound is supposed to come through a window or a wall, then you put on a low pass filter so that it sounds muffled, that kind of stuff. So there's not much point doing that if you don't know what the sound's supposed to be, right? That makes sense, I hope. So I've not so much been putting it off as intentionally moved it to later, and unfortunately, later is now. So, what do I want to do? I have sourced a few ambient sounds. In fact, I've sourced a few more, but they're not ready to put into the game yet, but that's just fine. Because as long as I have a few of each kind, that's all that I need. There's the making it work from a technological standpoint, and once it works, you can add more sounds easily. You can quite literally just define that they should exist, and there you go. So, the way that I would like this system to work is we are going to have 3 different kinds of ambience. We're going to have constant ambience, which just plays all the time, or rather it plays without conditions. If there's ambience playing, then the clock is too. So in the music club room, there is a wall clock, and it's ticking. I'll have to see whether this drives people completely insane, but I feel like at least once upon a time, once upon the distant ages of 20 years ago, these were super common, so I think it's an important part and people can probably bear it. Then we have random flavor noises, which are stuff like someone walking by outside, a door opening and closing, something like that, right? There's tiny little things to break up the monotony, which play possibly at absolute random or with a certain interval. I'm thinking there's going to be an interval that is every so many seconds a random ambient sound plays. Maybe we can also wobble it up and down, like sometimes every 40 seconds, or sorry, sometimes an ambient sound plays and after 40 seconds the next one comes on. The next one after that might come up after 51 seconds, something like that. Though in practice the interval should be lower than that, but this is something that you can mess with. This is, as we call, an implementation detail. That's the second kind of sound that we have. And the third is going to be our weather, which is actually going to be a this is going to be a struct, because how this is going to work is for any given day there's going to be a fixed kind of weather. You don't suddenly change from sunshine to heavy rain just at the drop of a hat. At least I've never known weather to work exactly like that. Sometimes it shifts drastically, but it would be a bit weird if you do the planning and then 2 training exercises and there's a different kind of weather every time, which is supposed to be all over the course of an hour. So weather is going to be a constant, and there's going to be a specific type that is picked at the start of the day and continues through that day. What does that weather type entail? Well, for instance, it is going to be very hot, or it may be there's traffic about, or rain, you know. The 3 different kinds of weather that California experiences: super hot, monsoon, and traffic. Now, let me just see. I've put these into literally reverse alphabetical order, haven't I? Yes, I did. Let me just fix that real fast, else it's going to bother me. It doesn't matter what order they're in, but I would like for them to have some kind of order. Now, we are going to put those into an array because GameMaker does not have a built-in way to access all values of a given enum. In fact, one could say that GameMaker's enums are extremely basic, and that it would be more accurate to call these a compiler macro, in which this gets replaced by the value 0. One could say that, one would speak the truth in so doing, but we work with the enums that we got. So and of course we have to reference what we mean. Perfect. And weather type very hot. There we go. That allows us to iterate easier. Now, because these are just numbers, you could do it a bit easier. You could just do a for loop, go from 0 or from rain up to very hot, because these are just numbers. But I don't like to do that. Call me a Java developer, that's accurate, but I like to pretend that enums aren't just numbers. Because in the language that I come from, they are something different. They cannot be used interchangeably with numbers. At least not without conversion. So, what we are gonna do then is we're going to have a mapping which this does not work. Of course not. Yep, because you can't use an enum in this construction. But that's just fine. That is just fine. We're going to use a little function because I do know a way to make this happen. It's maybe a little bit hacky, but bear with me. It abuses that enums are just numbers and can recurse into a string, at which point we have string keys in the struct, so GameMaker's happy. Define weather types. And I might just leave that function as it is. Because, so what this function is going to do is it's going to take all these weather types and it's going to match them up with all weather sounds. In fact, I will just define this. Not sure I love that. No, that's not. So, define weather types, yeah? That will be a function which just loops through all the weather types that we have and defines a mapping from the weather type to the sound asset that represents it. Easy enough. So, this is going to live up here because it is called as the game starts. I like to keep my functions roughly in order of the order they are called. So define weather types, and now this is going to be a single use function. I just don't want to write all of its codes down there because that, I don't know, if I put the code into a function then it's not that ugly, right? The ugly code is somewhere else, so I don't need to worry about it. Coding. My code is clean because the ugly part is not here. Wonderful. So, what we're going to do is we're going to loop through the all weather types array. We're going to match this up with an array which is all weather sounds. And yes, I am aware that this isn't the cleanest because it implicitly requires that these arrays are the same shape and that we match them up equally. Although, hey, if we make a mistake, then that's not so bad. As long as the game doesn't crash, then if it's just roll a random weather type and play that asset, then even if we make a mistake, it's going to play rain when it should play the air conditioning being on, and vice versa. Oh no, too bad. That's, that's not going to be an issue. But let's try and make sure that we do get it right. Thankfully, the new Game Maker code editor does give us very good um, recommendations here. Used to be that GameMaker would just have absolutely no idea what properties a struct had, it wouldn't even try, so let's be happy for that already. Now we are going to set on the ambience weather struct. I'm just gonna extract this out, not because I desperately need to, but because I've been told to minimize calls to global and just to minimize the amount of chaining that I have to do. I have to look up to global ambience weather every time. I just like a direct reference. So then the name is going to be all weather types. So for this given weather type, then put in that sound asset. And that works. Even though GameMaker doesn't let me use an enum as a value directly. And actually, yes, right. Sorry. Even though GameMaker doesn't let me do it directly, I can do so indirectly. Though I've also just remembered I have run into this issue before when trying to make the controls mapping, or what do I mean? Trying to trigger the accessibility such that you can press space and the game will literally treat it as though you had clicked left mouse button. In case you don't have a mouse, I suppose. Or more importantly, you will need a mouse, but to be nice to people who may have difficulty holding down a mouse button and simultaneously being accurate with the pointer. I figure moving it out to the keyboard does help so that each hand only has to do one thing. But this isn't going to work. This may even crash. Let's see if it does. It does not, but I do remember this doesn't fully work the way that we want. Let's take a look. Because what I remember is that GameMaker does not let you set a struct property to a number, which is very sad, but it is where we're at. So, what do I mean? So, weather is a struct, yeah? No? No, that works. Excellent. I guess my fears were unfounded. Okay. Fine by me. I did recall that when I tried this with the event types, it didn't work out. Because I suspected that GameMaker had struct arrays, that being that arrays are technically just a struct using numerical keys, so keys 0, 1, 2 and so on. But I guess in this instance it's going to work out, so I will be happy for that. Consequently, we now have our data. So, how to apply it? This is going to require that we have some kind of objects to play the noises, yeah? And I've done a little thinking about this. So what do I want it to do? I want this controller object to either be told the state of what the ambience is currently like. For example, it needs to know what the weather is like today, or it should remember it. There is a very strong argument to making this ambience controller just globally persistent, managed by object game directly, perhaps. If it isn't, then we'd need to transfer a whole bunch of state, and that seems complicated for setting up the same object again, with the added benefit of like, if I recreate the controller object, then I don't need to make a persistent object, and believe it or not, that's actually good. If you can not use persistent objects, that's a good thing. You want to make as little of your game content as you can, just to save on memory and make memory freeable when it's not directly in use. But though this isn't going to be on all the time, it does want to remember its state, and it is going to be used most of the time, I think, because what I wanted to do, when you open the game in room table, I wanted to start doing its thing, and when you transition into a minigame, I want it to continue as it was. I want to... Let's just have a look, right? Have a look-see and specifically define what we want. So, here we are in the main menu. Here, I may want it to do something, but I may put a music track here. So, let's say it doesn't do anything here yet. Then, when we... Let's see, what's a good save? Let's take this one. When we transition to the table, I want there to be sound. I want it to pick a weather type and play that on loop. I want it to continuously play the clock ticking, and I want it to start playing random sounds as it pleases. Then, when you are done with your planning and you transition into a minigame, I want the ambience to fade out temporarily as the screen does, and I want it to resume as you enter this screen, as you play the minigame. That's what I want of it. So, consequently, it needs to fade out, possibly pause what it's doing, or not. I mean, either one's fine. It's an ambient loop, so it doesn't really matter whether we resume where we left off. In fact, it may be better not to, or rather to skip ahead a random time. That is, to have the sound playing but muted. That way, it's not as obvious that we're just continuing the same loop. Then, likewise, once you finish up what you're doing here, I think at this point I want the ambience to already be muted, and let the focus be on what happens from here. There would be a dialogue if I had tried in the minigame at all, but there isn't. And then, as we return to the table, so it resumes. Consequently, what does that tell us? Again, we can do this with reinstantiation, but we'd have to... let's see, what would we have to transfer? We would have to transfer what the weather is. Other than that, we don't really have to do anything. Which does a little bit speak towards the recreation, doesn't it? Because if all that I need to transfer between rooms is one number, then I can do that, right? Though I will need to set that for every room transfer, and I also need to set it for the room table. So that's possibly not great. But I would get, for free, essentially, I would get that the ambience wouldn't be playing anywhere that it's not supposed to. Drinking break. Where, like, if I have a global object that's just gonna continue doing its thing, I mean, to begin with, I don't know, if you change rooms, does audio playback continue? I don't know. That is maybe a very good question to ask, which will inform our design decisions. Well, maybe before we get to all of that, let's lay the very basic groundwork, which is... yeah. We need to just have an ambient slider. Ambience volume is going to be 0.8. Right? Let people set the ambience volume and reference it as we would play it. Then, because I've just messed with it, I need to make sure this doesn't crash. I mean, the game's not released as such, but it's a good idea to sanitize and clean your settings as you change them. These are in alphabetical order, so let's obey that. But these are in order as they appear, so I think I'm gonna put it something like this. Ambience volume is going to be Game Maker, what are you doing? What? Game Maker? None of that exists. You're hallucinating. Oh, Game Maker, aren't you the cutest? Right. Yep. That should allow us to reference that. We need to go to the settings box and create an additional volume slider. Luckily, this settings box is so abstracted that all that I need to do is call this here function with... In fact, I've already defined this in the translation keys, haven't I? It may not be in the translation keys. Let's have a look. But I'm almost certain that it is in the translated data, which is good. I've worked ahead. It's not like it's particularly difficult. It's not. Yep, there it is. It's just the word ambience. But it does need to be defined. So, consequently, this translation keys ambience, and this needs a separate entry, which this struct is, if you want to be cruel, completely useless, but it saves me from using string constants. And hey, maybe I decide to change this, then I can just change the string constant and still have it be valid. But I'm gonna keep it on play sound effect for the moment. What this function reference does is... Oh no. Oh no. What? Because I am an idiot. There we go. What the function call does is when you change a setting in order to illustrate what the new volume is going to be, it plays a note. Now, I also want this to do that, but you're going to notice it's not changing because this is using the sound effect volume. So now that they're muted, it's not playing anything. So what we need to do is we need to create a function that allows us to play an ambient sound. At the basic level, this is going to need to reference that volume level rather than sound effect volume level. Because it would be awfully convenient, wouldn't it, if you were able to separate voice and ambience and sound levels from each other. Wouldn't that be cool, Blizzards? From like the year 2000 to 2016. Every single real-time strategy game that Blizzard have made does not have different audio sliders for this. They do now, though. So, hooray, Blizzard. Now, at the base level, it wants to be something like this. So, it wants to take in the sound effect, it wants to take in the volume and put it loose. Actually, that's quite good. Let's just steal this function body for the moment and see if we need to change anything about it. Don't think we really need to. Obviously, we need to change this to use the ambience volume times master volume. That's good. Now it should be more responsive. We also already have separate controls if we want the sounds to be specifically scaled down in volume, though this is rarely going to be the case. You want to do your audio balancing ahead of time, make the sound asset quieter, or scale it down in GameMaker, not in the code. And more importantly, we also are going to have control whether it loops. music. I know you're having a real great time now. Of course, I also need to tell the settings box to use this function that we've just made. That would be an idea. Right, do it again. But with control over whether we loop, I'm not sure we need anything else. At the very least, we can get started with the function as it is, and from then keep going. So, there it is. I may want to pick out a different sound for this, but hey, it's working. It is fine for now. Words that everybody dreads. So, consequently, what's next? Consequently, I am going to have to decide whether I want the ambience objects to be persistent or recreated. I mean, I need to write the code one way or another, and if I put it in the correct place, then restarting ambience playback really isn't that bad. That would be a decent idea. So, pro and counter. What runs counter to the idea of persistent object? It's going to stay in memory, that's whatever. It is going to maintain its state, which is also the biggest argument for it. And what that means is we need to explicitly tell it to stop doing its thing and restart doing its thing, rather than being able to tell it, yeah, just you're a new instance, here's what you're gonna do. That does mean we have more responsibility, we have more ways to break it. If, let's say, we do a room transition that we don't intend to do, somehow, or that I didn't think of was possible at the time, and then that room, as we are leaving it, does not tell the ambient controller to be quiet. And the ambience is going to continue in the new room, which of course doesn't tell it to be quiet, because it assumes that it already is. Just gonna search up one question real fast, which is, what does GameMaker do? What does GameMaker do when you change a room? But internet is inconclusive, as always. Weird, it's like this is software marketed specifically at novice programmers, and they don't speak at the same level of abstraction as I do. Weird that, right? So let's just try it. If you don't know something, experiment. So, this kind of transcends the categories that I've set up so far, but I'm just going to put it here. So, objects, ambience, controller. and which is going to make this up as we go. And what we're going to make up specifically is right now, all that I wanted to do is to play ambience of global sounds ambience, clock ticking with default volume and do loop it. Right? Just that. Because we're not fully implementing right now, we are testing. So this object is going to be persistent, and it is going to be instantiated by object game as the game boots up. Create instance relative. Yeah. Words, this doesn't matter. Okay. This is a bit of a bad habit, because we've just made code that we are not intending to keep using. But isn't that lovely? It's pretty turned down for you, I can imagine. But I hope it is coming through. The banner bot! Wonderful! There, sorry about that. Just had a spam bot pop into my chat. But, so, clock ticking. I hope it's coming through on the stream literally at all. Now, if we are going to change the room, then it actually continues smoothly. Huh. That's nice. That is very nice indeed. And it's almost like this is literally an intended use case, that you start a continuous music loop, and even as you transition between rooms, it doesn't stop, it just keeps going the way that it was. Yeah, crazy that, eh? So, that does mean we can absolutely do that. We can start the ambience sometime and let it rip, but that does mean that we need to control it however we leave. So in this variation, the controller is persistent. We can reference it from anywhere, but we're going to have two different kinds of gates, which is when you leave a room, you want it to become quiet. In fact, we want it to start fading out as the room transition fade out begins. And when we enter a room, then we want it to play whatever is appropriate for that room. To which end? To which end? This man, I'm kind of feeling no, I'm kind of feeling the I'm feeling the recreating method, which is we're going to not do that. We are going to create an ambience controller where we need it, and each room is going to create the ambient soundscape as is appropriate. And there's a simple reason for that. you don't necessarily want to maintain state, right? It's very easy to imagine, because that's already a case in the game, that that you're going to change locations. We have the school music room, but we also have teacher's kitchen, which is going to have different sounds going on, right? So in that case, we would have to completely override the state here, and it is simply easier to make this not persistent, to erase it as we leave the room, and then where we end up can define what it wants. How we are going to define this, there are a dozen variations possible for that, but what does that mean? That means that this is, let's see, what do we want out of this? We want the ambience controller to set up its own functions, and the functions that we want out of it, I'm just gonna write out real fast. User event 0. We are going to want I'm gonna say the controller is aware of what weather it is. So weather type. And we also need to be able to tell it specifically what weather it is. And I'm just completely unable to spell when both hands are involved with typing. So randomly choose and save one weather type. Make that field already. Weather type is not defined. For this, when we leave the choice to the ambient controller, we're just gonna define it as array random element from all weather types. Yeah. And if we specifically provide it, we want to type check it such that weather type is an enum, because it better be. And save it. But the top function is for the start of a new day when you are on the table scene. The bottom one is for subsequent minigames taking place on the same day when the weather is supposed to be persistent. Consequently, since the room handler doesn't pick the weather type, we also need to be able to get it out. Like so, drink break. Stay hydrated, viewers. It's important. The easiest and best thing you can do to yourself in pretty much any situation is drink water. Almost always people don't give themselves enough of it. So, out of here. So that handles the weather. I want to be able to fade out the ambience altogether, and that is going to be called when a transition happens, such that over the course of maybe half a second or so, all ambient playback is faded out, and in this variation it's going to be stopped. So fade out all sounds and stop them. In fact, sound IDs is going to be how this object tracks what it's playing back, and for a super safety thing, we're gonna make sure that in cleanup, for each element of sound IDs, do I have a specific function for that? I don't believe so. No. I know. Right, this is null save. That's, I suppose, fine. Actually, aren't these functions identical? No, right. The stop music function also tracks what music is supposed to be playing. I made this function before I put music in the game, you'll note, because this function exists and music is not in the game. But I think stop sound is good enough. Stop sound of all sound IDs. What that's gonna do is, if somehow we exit the room without properly fading out the ambience, then we're gonna make absolutely sure all of this is stopped, that no ambient sound leaks through between rooms. It is good practice to do this. Do not rely on always manually, air quotes, always manually cleaning up your state, because that's not going to be practical. Eventually, somewhere you'll do something you didn't expect, or you'll just forget. So, now, as for the start ambience, I think what I want to do here is I'm going to have different categories, because the game isn't huge, right? So we can have the club room ambience, which does mean that we need to separate it in the data model, but for the moment we're just, for testing, working with the club room ambience. So start ambient sounds appropriate to club room. We can also have a different function, which is the start teacher kitchen ambience, which is a different space. And we want to play different sounds there. Alright. Those don't need to do anything just yet. They just need to exist so that we can call them, and when they are being called in the correct place, we can implement them whenever and watch them start to work. I may want to unify these into a combined function where like we would have something like this, start ambience, and this would have arguments, so random ambience, for instance. Well, we would give it the three kinds, wouldn't we? Constant ambience, weather, and rampant ambience. Or maybe we don't even give it the weather. Let's stick on this, yeah? So these are going to be two arrays of sounds. These are going to be two arrays of sounds that define what is appropriate for that given location. Maybe what I'm thinking right now is we don't play any weather ambience in Teacher's Kitchen, or maybe we play a specific one. You know, it's not important. That's details for later. Certainly, since we are focusing on the club room, we want to pick a weather type. And from there, so for each of these constant ambiences, we want to start it in that way. I don't want to just start it from the top every time, because that would get kind of old pretty fast. It's not too difficult to fool people into believing you've got more sound depth than you actually do, but starting your ambience at the same point every time so that they know exactly how the first 5 seconds of it sound is an easy way to make them realize it's just a 1 minute loop. Like, so in order to not do that, in order to not sound like starting every video game ever and having the first 4 to 5 seconds of main menu music burned into your skull, what we're going to do is start constant ambient sound. Is going to take the specific sound asset, which is in fact a sound. There we go. We're going to check the length of the sound, for which I'm sure there's some kind of function. I need to look that one up. Audio sound length, that's the one. Yeah. We're going to grab its length and we're going to use a super advanced algorithm to determine the offset at which we want to start playing this, which is, we're just gonna randomly pick a number of seconds between 0 and the length of the sound. I know this is highly advanced stuff. Please stay with me. I promise we'll get through this together. Now, and having done this, we can realize that our play ambience function does not allow us to set the offset. That is simple enough. We just need to query this, make it default value, just so GameMaker's happy. This is always going to be a number, and it's already an argument of the function that I'm calling here. I'm just ignoring it because up until now it hasn't been relevant. But there. Put that in there, and then we can return to here and use our much more abstracted, simpler method to only use the correct one though. Play ambience, play this sound, don't need to specify the volume, do want it to loop, and using this given offset. Yeah. Now, all that we need to do is do this for each sound asset in the constant ambience array, and that will randomize the offset for every single one, make them sound a little more distinct. Now, next, we want to give a, well, I think I also want to lay weather here, but what I'm going to do first is I am going to treat the random ambience, so footsteps, a car driving by, that kind of stuff. Maybe not a car driving by, but you know, just random small sound effects. For that, we're obviously we're not going to play those in a loop. What a mess that would be. What we're going to do instead is we are going to track random sounds. In fact, no. We're gonna do this smarter, yeah? Random sounds distributor. Because what we are going to do with this is, one way to approach this is to just pick a sound at random. And that works. That would work, especially if you have like 10 or 20 sound assets. The chances are low enough that there are any repeats. And if you don't play a sound every 2 seconds, it would be fine. But obviously, I think a little bigger. So, the random sounds distributor is going to be a even distributor. As soon as GameMaker agrees with me that this function does exist, yeah. What this does is the even distributor is a little kind of wrapper around the array where it's going to give us elements from the array evenly. So randomly, but it's not going to give us the same element twice in a row. In fact, it's going to give us every element before it gives us the same element a second time. Which is, I think, quite a good approach to it. In game making, don't use randomness if you can avoid it, is good advice. Usually that applies to don't just leave everything in your game to random chance. Design the challenge that the player has to overcome. Don't just randomly roll it. But even where randomness is appropriate, like here, I really don't care what ambient sound plays, in fact, because I want the ambient track to be different and fresh every time. I want it to be randomized, but you can still influence the randomness and avoid the worst outcomes, avoid the outcome that you really don't want to happen, which is the same sound playing multiple times in a row. So, I have already forgotten how I called this. Let us go back to object game and reference. What did we call it? This is going to be right down here. Right, it's just global.ambience, and then that has a constant and a random. Again, I'm probably going to mess with this and change it to something that's in the club room and something in teacher's kitchen, but right now, this is fine. Separate club room and kitchen sounds. There we go. And lastly, since we have picked the weather type, we also want to start playing the weather, and we're going to do this in this exact same way, actually, as we are playing the constant ambience. All of the weather loops are likewise like 1 to 3 minutes loops, and we want to start those with a random offset so that they don't get too stale. So we only want to do this if we have a weather type defined. Start constant ambient sounds. First we extract what we even want, which is going to be weather sound is the property of global sounds. No, it isn't. Don't guess. Just look it up. You know where it is. Global ambience weather. That's what it was. Global.ambience.weather. Out of this we get what our weather type for the day is. And then we just start playing that. Hooray functions! I want to do the same thing, so I just call the same function. Get rid of this comment because it's not saying anything anymore. It was just a placeholder. So that is something that we can test already. While I'm here defining the interface, as it were, I would like to do one more thing, which is I would like to be able to play an ambient stinger. Let's see, it's gonna go something like here, function play ambient stinger or room for the room. So this is going to, let's say if you go to poster artistry, where you make a poster advertising the band with your finest arts and crafts supplies, mostly cardboard, paper, stickers, and crayons. It's going to play a little intro, which is, for instance, crayon scribbling on paper. Now, I'm not ready to do that. I have not gathered those sound assets yet, so we're not doing that yet, but brief the combined impact. What I may want to do is quite literally combine all of these sound assets together into one, which would make the playback a lot easier rather than having to time all of it individually. On the other hand, if I keep these sound assets separate, then what I can do is I can play them, differently. I can have a pile of sounds and play them in a different order each time. Well, either one would work. This is something that you have to experiment with, and more importantly, I'm not ready to do that yet, so we're just going to leave the interface here and deal with it later. For the room intro and play them combined into one sound, question mark, randomly shuffle, question mark. Not sure yet. We're gonna get to that. But what we need to do now, of course, is we are going to have to actually use this object. Right now it's not being referenced anywhere, so it's not gonna do anything. Also, actually, if we are stopping all the sounds by cleanup, then we don't need to stop them individually if they're already muted. That's a good shortcut. And it's not just me being lazy, it is very, very useful to only do each thing in one place, so that as long as you always want to do it the same way, you can change it centrally. So, consequently, what I still need to do, what I've forgotten to do, is I need to track what I'm doing here. Otherwise, the ambience is going to continue indefinitely. So, first comes the array of sound IDs, and then we return out the sound ID that we have just started from play ambience. So we can push that into sound IDs, and it will happily track it so that at the end of the room, when we leave, we can stop and clean up all of it. So, that's that. Now, we are tracking the random sounds that we want to play, but we're not playing them at the moment. This is where what I've talked about earlier is going to come in. We are going to need to have an offset. We're going to need to track when do we want to play a random ambient sound, and play that every so often, let's say every 30 seconds. Bass, random sound, offset, I'm gonna say every 25 seconds. Okay. What we are going to do is we are going to track this in milliseconds. And then we are going to track how much time passes continuously, and if it's been long enough, then pick something out of the random sounds and play it. Now, we are going to do that in a moment, as time flies really quite like a breeze. Time flies like an arrow. So what I am going to do is I'm going to take my first midstream break real fast. Gonna have me a delicious fruit for breakfast, and also use the restroom. Why would I lie about it? I have to. But don't go too far. I will be right back in a few minutes, and then we can continue working on this. Feel free, stand up, stretch your legs, refill your beverage. I'll be right here when you come back. Okay, that was wonderful. Welcome back, everyone. I have consumed delicious fruit. Actually, it it was a bit unripe, if I have to be honest, but well, that is a problem that will solve itself because of how fruit work. The rest of the bunch will be just peachy, I imagine. Hope you had a good break. Let's continue doing what we do here, which is so we've got a base offset. We want to when this we want to continuously track how much time passes, and when the offset is up, play a random sound. So this goes here. Random sound offset is 0. Let's call it -1. That seems to be Game Maker tradition. You know, I was about to say, personally, I would put a secondary variable here, and hey, it's me. I'm the one who makes the code. I get to make the decisions. So I'm actually going to do that. So we're going to have a strict Boolean condition. Not because it's necessary, we could check like, is the offset -1? If so, we're not playing any random sounds. But that's actually dangerous. There are ways that that would break, and consequently, I much prefer to have an explicit Boolean. It is slightly redundant, but on the other hand, using kind of reserved values for the offset. One moment, sneezing. Yes? No? It seems like no. Yes. There we are. Sneezed right onto the microphone. Thankfully, it does have a cough button, so I could mute it easily. Okay. Right, using a reserved value like -1 for the random sound offset is just begging to go wrong, especially the way that I'm planning to use it. So let's just not pack data that doesn't belong into this number and track it separately. Which means we are going to function start random ambience sounds. We are going to set this to true. Random sounds playing is true. And our initial offset is going to be random sounds offset. Well, no, I'm gonna shuffle this off into a different function because I'm like that. You know, they say functional programming this and that. I've also read a very funny quote, which is reset random sound offset. A very funny quote that quite literally said, functional programming has not found a practical use case, despite many people trying very hard. And the secret is that object-oriented is literally just functional programming, but better. And the reason that is, you can do functional programming in an object-oriented language, there are frameworks in Java that are completely static, where you don't instantiate anything. And sure, maybe there's going to be some overhead in the language that makes this slightly less efficient. Yeah. But also, you can put methods on objects if that's appropriate. So why use the small tool when you can use the big tool that hits things much harder and better because it's a bigger hammer that also hits everything the small hammer would hit? I'm oversimplifying here, but anyway, let's see. So random sound offset is gonna be just equal to base random sound offset plus some kind of wobbling. Let's say the random sound offset variance is going to be 10 seconds. So we need to be careful here. What that means is if we just say the base offset plus a random number from the random sound offset variance in the negative up to the positive, that is going to be a larger variation than we want, because this could theoretically go as low as 15 seconds, 25 minus 10, or as high as 35. And I think that's a bit too much. So let's set it to 30 plus minus 5. And practically, of course, this range has 5,000 individual numbers in it because we are randomizing by the millisecond. But practically, and mathematicians, if any mathematicians are listening, please please mute the stream for a second. It doesn't matter. You can treat a range of 10,000 as though it were a range of 10, because yes, sure, it's going to be a different value whether we roll 5,000 or 5,002, but the difference that makes is 2 milliseconds. There's 1,000 of those in a second. So we can pretend that this is like rolling between -5 and 5, and everything smaller than a second is a valid value, but it is the difference that it makes is too small to matter. And actually, I don't think mathematicians even hate that idea. In fact, I think they're trying to convey that to people. Because there's no such thing as a specific probability of an exact value. Because numbers are infinite, so you can only define the probability that a value is less than or greater than a given amount, not exactly equal to it. Because there are infinity numbers, so the chance to hit a specific value is just about 0. Not literally, but just about. But in this case, we are of course going to round to the nearest millisecond, so there are actually a limited amount of numbers in this range. Anyway, that's completely irrelevant to our point. What we want to do is, in the step event, we want to track how much time has passed. Time something is get millis, get delta, no, fine, delta time millis, that's what I called it. Which GameMaker already provides a function that tells you how many microseconds have passed since the last frame was rendered. So how much time has passed. I don't find that particularly useful, so I take the delta time in millis. One could also argue that no, the system clock should be accurate to microseconds. After all, this thing is running at what, a few gigahertz? So it is going to, what's it with gigahertz? It's running at billion iterations a second. So to the computer, a microsecond takes 1,000 iterations or more. So in that sense, it is going to be accurate. I do know that if you're at the nanosecond level, the system clock isn't necessarily accurate to nanoseconds. So if you want that kind of accuracy, you need dedicated hardware. So, but right now we don't want to do anything if we are not playing random sounds. So if we are not doing that, just return out. Then grab how much time has passed, subtract that from the random sounds offset minus equals millis. Then if it is itself less than or equal to 0, and that's why I didn't like using the value of exactly -1, because it would be entirely possible for this to randomly pause the playback just because it happened to roll that, or we'd have to make sure that the offset could only ever go to 0, not -1, and either one's bad. So if enough time has passed that we want to play random sounds, then we do so. We want to reset the random sound offset, and as we want to do here. And we don't currently yet have a function that is going to do so. So we're gonna make one. Play random ambience sound. For this, we're going to retrieve a sound out of the random sounds distributor. Retrieve a value, get random. I'm just gonna look it up. GameMaker is not going to be helpful here. Here, even distributor. Get random element with even spread. That's what it's called. Grab out a sound and then we play it. Really. Play ambience. This sound at default volume. We do not loop. And the offset is 0. We do want to always play these from the top, since we don't want the footstep sound to start in the middle. That would be silly. Okay. In fact, I believe we use entirely default. Yep, we use entirely default values, so by the magic of default parameters, we can just say play ambience of this sound. Wonderful. Now, put that into practice. Play random ambient sound. There we go. Wonderful. Now, just to make sure, are we starting this? No. So start random ambient sounds. And currently I'm assuming that there is going to be random ambience, but in the application that I'm currently thinking of, there will be, and if there aren't, then we need to change our functions. But work on the thing that you know first. So, that's that. Though I'm already noting one potential issue, which is this is going to always randomize the weather, which we actually don't want. Though I can do something very clever. Weather type equals. No, I can't do that. Boo. So, my issue is if you start a minigame, then this is going to re-randomize the weather, and that's going to mean it's going to have changed from pouring rain to very hot in a span of 5 minutes. Don't want that. So, instead, we need to be able to specify this. I would love this to be a zero argument function. So, the easy way to do that is to just not do it. I know, great concept, but really is. And this does now introduce a temporal dependency, which is to say you have to pick the weather type before you start the ambience, or you have to set it, but that'll be fine, really. So, now, pardon me, just a moment. Okay, terribly sorry about that. How rude of the phone to ring. And I did have to take that one. Right. Now, continuing. So we are not going to always pick the weather because we want to call this function both when we start on the table and when we start a minigame where we already know what weather type we want. Now, there is another way out of this, which allows us to still combine this somewhat nicely, is pick weather and start up room ambience, just make a combined function that gets called from the outside so that we don't call this one. So take weather type and then start the cloud room ambience so that we have, as we want, we have the weather type defined before we start the ambience. But then we make a second function with weather type, which takes in this weather type and sets it before we start again. Thus, do we make sure that we always have the weather defined. So set weather type to this weather type we've been given, and then start the cloud room ambience. Also, lastly, we're going to tab check this. I'm just going to move these up because these are the public functions. Everything down here is internals that isn't meant to be called from the outside. Unfortunately, it's not like I can make these functions private and prevent outside calls. But that should already do quite well. Now, I've written a lot of code and I haven't tested it, which is bad. You want to work on small controllable segments that you continuously verify are working before you build too much on them. Delicious water. And this both in the technical sense, but also we are designing a game here. So let's say I make something and it looks a certain way, and I make an entire thing around it, I make it really pretty, and only then do I realize that the sprite is far too big. It needs to be smaller. And then what do I do? That would be quite disastrous. So it is important to make a thing, put it into context, test out, does it work? If it does, great, continue. If it doesn't, then make the change before you have built too much upon it. So, in that sense, we are going to go to the table. Music, you are too high energy for me. Thank you. We're going to go to the table and we're just gonna set this up. So what we want to do here is, as we start the day, we want to define, we want to make a room, we want to make an ambience controller, and we wanted to start the club room ambience. To which end, let's do right that. Let us do just that, rather. But, so what I'm gonna try is the table room handler. Where is it? Somewhere here. It tells the fade in to exist. Here it is. Now, I do need to be careful because this function set degrees alpha, this serves two purposes. It both makes the fade in fade out, and also it tells the fade in what should happen once the fade in is complete. Now, options that we have are we can advance this so that it can do a thing and also always tell the room handler, hey, I've just finished. So that we can then start the ambient playback. But I'm not feeling that. I feel that would be a key design. What I think I want to do instead is... No, I want to test this. What I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to start the ambience playback as we begin the room, and it's going to fade in gently. That way it's the same effect basically. In fact, even better, because it's not going to be silence as the fade in happens, and then as soon as the fade in is complete, you get your wall of clock ticking and weather is happening and all that stuff. So right now, we want to, let's put it right here with the fade in. We want to create the ambience controller, which might even want to be a field on the parent class. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Maybe. Yeah. That's it. So, here we are in the parent class. And this defines the common behavior for all room handlers, for which we don't want the ambience controller in every room, not necessarily. Maybe we do, but we are going to want shared, not shared access, but we are going to want access to it when we do want it. And instead of writing that in every single implementing class, I'm just going to put it right here. So function creates ambience controller. So it's initially not going to exist because we don't want to set it up in rooms where we don't need it, but we do want to create it on demand and do so with a shared function, which is going to be very simple. Ambience controller is equal to creating an instance, doesn't matter where, object ambience controller. Currently, it does not take any properties, or it would perhaps be more accurate to say the properties are controlled after its instantiation, which is, I think, in this case, good. The ambience controller kind of wants to do its own thing. We don't want to control it from the outside. We don't want to tell it, hey, play these sounds at these offsets, whatever. No, I don't want that. We don't want it to do that. But what we want to do is tell it very abstractly, hey, start the ambience for the club room, please. That's what we want to do, and it has its own data. It knows what the data is supposed to be. That's why we're creating it without any data. It's just going to be there in the room. Okay. So obviously there are a million ways that you can implement this. I'm picking this one, it seems reasonable. So create ambience controller. Create this where we create all the other instances. And then I'm gonna put something. No. I just had a thought. Reading this comment that weekly events can set state that affects creation data, I figured I might want to move the ambience controller downwards. But again, I don't want to override this data, I just want it to... if, let's say, I want to set the weather to specifically rain, then I'm going to do so with a function call, not by passing it a property. Okay. Now, having created the ambience controller, I'm just gonna, for this moment, I'm gonna have it pick a random weather type and start the clock room ambience as we begin the room. Not final, but good enough for testing. So, as we enter this room, you hear it. The AC is a bit loud. That's part of the ambient track. Let's listen for a minute. Yes. Yeah, it's faint, but the footsteps. Beautiful. I think the clock just skipped a beat. I'm gonna have to look at that later. But isn't that lovely? Actually, yeah, it's not the AC that is loud, this is the traffic. Yeah. So, obviously, sound balance is way off, but the basic idea, there it is. So we've got a constant weather track, we've also got the ticking of the clock. Evidently the hallway outside is very popular. And yeah. Right. Oopsie. And the game crashes when you leave this room because I am a dum-dum. I am a dum-dum and am accessing the array directly when I want to access its length. Right. But great success. We've made a basic ambience track, and right now there are only 3 ambience tracks, or only 3 weathers, I should say. But let's try a little more. This is also traffic, or no, this is the AC. Wow, I am doing everything wrong here. I both access the array directly. Please take that tip out of the way. I'm gonna have to restart GameMaker to fix this, by the way. I've both accessed the array for the iteration and I haven't dereferenced it into its element, but What I want to try is I want to see if we can roll the rain sound effect. Currently it is not cooperating, but it is. There it is, I think. Isn't that? That's so lovely. I think I'm going to use this to orient, make all the audio balance around the same level as the rain sound effect. But that is something that's not terribly interesting. I will attend to that later. And one more thing. As we transition out of the room, it is properly stopped, because as we have learned, if we didn't stop it manually, it would just keep going. So, from here, what do we want to do? What I want to do is I want to add fade in and fade out to these sounds. So fade in, that actually is kind of annoying. The fade in is going to be super simple to do. We just go to where we play the constant sound, and instead of pushing it directly into the sound IDs and forgetting about it, rather than fire and forget, we're first going to keep it and put it in later. And what's going to happen is we're going to play this with a gain of 0. Ooh, scary. But actually remember this. So, as it is now, it would not play it whatsoever, or rather it would play it at 0 volume, it wouldn't play any sound. But this is a very handy trick. Now that it is at 0 sound, we can, I believe I've also made a function for that. Either that or I haven't, and I directly... No, I have. Oh, I'm so clever. Right, because I want to respect the total volume. I don't want to... Right, let's say you have sound effects set to 20% volume. If I then use the audio sound gain function, which basically in words that non-audio folks use, it sets the volume of the sound effect. It sets how loud it is. If I just use that, then it would not respect the setting, and it would set it to full volume, and that's bad. So what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate this function. The cleanest way to do this would be that you don't duplicate it, but instead you move the actual implementation to a shared function. And yeah, really, if you think about it, I've already done that. It says here, it's the built-in audio sound gain function. But coming back to the ambience controller, what we're going to do is immediately after starting the playback, we are going to set the ambience gain to be more. Now, here we need to be careful, I think. This is something that I'm going to have to experiment with off stream. what I'm thinking about is that sounds in GameMaker have an innate gain. If we look, let's say, at the footsteps here, they are at volume 1. What I need to find out is, does this function respect that, or is it going to override what I've set here in the workspace? Not positive, but that's a minor concern. Instead, what we're going to do is we are going to move it to 1 volume over let's say 1 second. Right. Such that everything fades in gently over the course of 1 second, which conveniently enough is not how long the fade in takes, I believe. Nope. But hey, what? Okay, listen. The screen's going to go black for just a moment. But those floating labels that chase your mouse around and never go away are just too annoying. I can't handle it. There we go. It ain't GameMaker without a bit of funny behavior. So, the point is, we are going to define a constant for this, fade in time, so that we can more easily mess with it if we use it elsewhere. And we're going to have just a gentle fade in, so that right as the room begins, there's nothing, but as the fade in, well, fades out, the sounds start up. So, we don't need to concern ourselves with the random sounds because they will always be playing later. They will at best play after 25 seconds, at which point the fade in is long gone. Now then, let's give this a listen and see how it feels. This could honestly be even gentler, but that's the basic idea. So let's say we set this to 2 seconds of fade in time. Something like that. The details don't matter, you can mess with the details. Okay. Now, I'm going to make a separate constant, which is for the moment going to be the exact same thing, which is the time that it takes the sounds to fade out, which is also going to be important because otherwise they just would brutally stop, and I don't want that. So for each sound ID that is currently playing, set ambience gain of that sound ID to 0 over the fade out time. Now, I'm remembering right now, I've made a slight oopsie. What I'm doing is probably safe but bad practice, which is when I play a random sound, I want it to... In fact, no, I don't track it at all. In it. Yeah, I don't track the sound ID at all, which is also bad. I want this to fade out, but actually that's quite convenient. So what I was thinking was that this returns a sound ID, right? So what I was thinking was that the sound ID of the random sound was just getting pushed into this list, and it was eventually going to fill up. But not quite so. Well, not fill up, but there was going to be a whole bunch of sound IDs of random sounds that had long since ended. So what we're going to do is something a teensy tiny bit scuffed, but we are going to just track the one. So that every time we start a random sound playback, we just track the last one that we started, which, make no mistake, there is an assumption here. The assumption is that the random sound is going to stop. Previously, the random sound is going to stop prior to another one being played. So there is at that point no more need to track it, and we likewise do not need to stop it. That is an assumption. It is a reasonable one, since random sounds are going to be 5 seconds long at most. So that is reasonable. But if I change it to, let's say, have a chicken with a lot of opinions playing, that takes like 2 minutes to fully conclude, that would possibly break things. That would not be properly stopped as we wanted to. But even though this is a little unclean, I would say, right now all that we need to do is make sure that all of these, that both the constant sounds, the weather and the clock ticking and whatnot, and any random sound that happens to be still playing at this moment does get properly stopped, so that they don't leak into the fade out, and that they don't leak into any room transitions, which would be the worst case scenario. Unlikely though that would be. So, next. Pardon me, stretching. We have a stop. We can fade it out. Actually, I figured that's fine. I mean, I can extract this code from here. I can take this and put it into a function, which is maybe not the worst idea. Maybe just to make it clear, just to make all the functional code live in one place. I am personally not the biggest fan of spreading code throughout events. I like it all to be together here. But that is a matter of preference. So, yeah, I'm just trying to think. Do I want to call stop ambience from the outside? Not really. What I want to call is fade out ambience, and hey, we have that. So that'll be good. Okay. Then, all that we need to do really at this point is to start using it. So let's go back to the table. Back to the table, and we want to do a few things here. We want to, when we leave the table, we want to also fade out all ambience so that it gets stopped more gently rather than stopping abruptly as the room transitions. After all, the purpose of the fade in and fade out is that I want to mask the room transition. Initially, like as I was very much first setting up this game, I just used room go to, and then it was a smash cut from here to there. That's a bit abrupt. That's not the kind of style that I'm going for. So we have the fades, which are not at all necessary. Strictly speaking, if the game did spend significant time loading, then the fade in would mask that, just like the game with no loading screens, God of War, whatever. I think it's both of the modern ones that brag with having no loading screens, just like they mask their loading screens with tight tunnels and walking the world tree and having to lift a thing. Isn't it weird how every time you go between areas where you can't see the other area from the first one, the camera zooms in real close on Kratos and shows as little as possible? Weird. I wonder why they do that. It's definitely not to conceal a loading screen and keep you running in an infinite space for as long as it takes to load the next level's assets. Listen, this is just a tiny pet peeve of mine, which is they're trying to brag of something they don't actually do. Yes, it looks like continuous gameplay, and there's not an explicit loading screen taking you out of the action with no movement. That's cool. But call it what it is. Don't say we have no loading, because that's just not accurate. That's not true. You do have a lot of loading, because consoles do their best. You just cleverly conceal it. And I'm bashing on God of War, but it's every game, literally every time that you need to squeeze through a tight tunnel or something like that. Tomb Raider comes to mind. It's not for the action, it's not because the design demanded it, it's not for the story pacing, it's not to establish your character developing an appreciation for small rock formations. It is because consoles need time to load. And that's why those sequences take longer on console, because they take as long as they need to. But that's a different can of worms that we'll eat later. As for me, my game basically doesn't need to load, because, listen, have you seen it? There is so little in here that we don't need to take any time to load. The only purpose of the fade in is to make the smash cut less notable, make it less disorienting. Right. But, so, I'm just pondering while I'm talking without thought, one could call this rambling. I'm just pondering, where should I put it, as it were? Where should I tell the ambience controller to fade out because we are leaving the room? One option is I can put it in this method, which is inherited to all room handlers. But there is one issue with that, which is that this is also called as the room begins. So that would be a little unfortunate, but on the other hand, so what? So what of it? Really? It would be a very convenient central place rather than always having to say, okay, create a fade in, fade out, and also the ambience controller, please fade out the ambience. Well, ish. And the ish arises in that, sure, we can tell the ambience controller to fade out everything that it's doing and then tell it to start, and that would work. But that relies on that we are doing it in that order. And I'm not a fan of that. Also, I've just thought of another thing. When we fade out the ambience, we also want to make sure, deadly sure, that we stop the random ambience. So, function stop random ambience sounds, which is going to do the inverse of start. So, random sounds playing is going to be not true. And for safety's sake, we're going to set this back to -1. Don't need to do that. If no sounds are playing, then the offset is irrelevant, but it's good practice to return it to a clean state, no matter what it may have been previously. Yo. Stop. Random ambient sounds. There we go. We want to do this as we fade out. We also want to do this here. This is super not necessary if we are only calling stop ambience when we clean up this instance, since the cleanup event means this instance is literally being deleted right now. We are leaving the room. It's not going to get another event call, but it's probably a good idea to be clean and make sure that when we want to stop the ambience, we're also not going to keep playing random stuff. Not so much currently. Currently it's not so necessary, but if we want to call this at some point in the future somewhere else, like, ooh, we can go all Doki Doki Literature Club and go all meta, and ooh, Butterfly is aware that she's in a video game and she can control the simulation. That's not the case, just so that we are clear. Butterfly's in the video game, she's a good girl. She doesn't talk to the player directly, she just talks to teacher. But we could do something like that and have it just abruptly stop this ambience. But no, that's not the kind of game we're making. There are enough meta games like that, and I don't want to compare myself to them. So, what we are going to do instead is we are going to find the correct class. So, instead of stuffing the ambience fade out into here, we are just going to do it right. So, ambience controller, fade out ambience. There we go. We are going to have to repeat those calls a few times, and a few times is 3. There we go. I do prefer that. Practically, currently, every time that we create a fade out, we also want to fade out the ambience, but that's currently. It's not guaranteed to happen every time. There. I don't know. This might be a me thing. I am an extremely sound-oriented person. Hey, do you know what I'm just realizing? I didn't mess with this X offset. But that's fine. I can do that later. We just insert a to-do afterwards. But already it's so much better. Weirdly. Huh. That was more instant than I would have liked. Maybe it's not perfect. Let's see. Again, I'm gonna have to mess with the audio balance. But it is so much nicer to have just background noise. Just something playing to put you in the mood rather than dead silence. Even these incredibly basic sounds, like this is a ticking wall clock and the sounds of traffic off out of someone's window. But already this is just, it's so nice. It adds so much. And having tried it now, just now, I do think this is the kind of direction that I want to pursue. I may have mentioned this in earlier streams, you may recall, if you've watched them. I was having a bit of a crisis. Because I have the music pack, right? I have the music pack that I put on stream, but it's not exhaustive and it's not strictly, well, it's not a soundtrack by itself, right? I would have to do a good bit of work making it into a soundtrack, which is doable, but it would be a good bit of work. And I also have a little bit more pride than to just play a looping 20-second music clip that doesn't even loop properly and call that good. So how to put music into the game was a looming issue that I had hanging over my head for years now. And it only recently occurred to me that I can do just what I've done now. I could try making the game not feature music, at least not in its main scenes, this right here, but instead put on an ambience track which served multiple purposes. It would um, it would, well, it would help immersion. It would communicate what kind of environment we are in, even if, you know, some artistic liberties. This is actually traffic noises from Rome, which is very far from where Grand Idol High is actually located, but just it would make everything so much better. My big question was, would it work though? Right? Would it be enough onto itself? Now that's gonna come out in playtests. But as things are now, I am very confident, personally. I am very confident that it is going to work out just like this, and that would be a huge load off of my shoulders, because making ambient sound is so much easier than making music. Really, I can't get into music. It ain't for me. And even if I could, it would be so much effort to make simple tracks. So I would prefer to do this, do ambience, which I can do at a high quality, certainly higher than any music I could create, having no musical knowledge whatsoever. Do that at a high quality and then eschew music in favor of ambience. I may put a track like in the main menu, but I know I did talk about it, where let's take inspiration from Papers, Please, which also just does not feature music in its main gameplay loop. It has it in the main menu, it has it later on, it has it during the endings, but not in the main gameplay. And I think that is very powerful. So, then, but back from fawning, let us think. So, listen very closely. Yeah, that instantly stops. That is weird. So, we need to investigate what's going on here. So, we tell it to fade out the ambience. Am I getting my order of operations wrong? What up? Conveniently, I have the manual page open right here. Oh. Whoopsie. The problem is that I am an idiot. Right. The audio sound gain function doesn't take seconds as an argument, as I did think was weird. It takes it in milliseconds. So consequently, I've been telling it to change its volume over the course of 2 entire milliseconds, which isn't a lot. So let's try one more time. How does it feel now? Oh my god, that's amazing. That's exactly the effect I wanted. I might want to mess with the timings, right? Maybe make it fade in over 1 second, or over 3, or 2.5, or over precisely pi seconds. But listen. Amazing. I could listen to that transition hundreds of times. Now if we go to a minigame, now, now, that is amazing. Oh, that makes me so happy. Now, as the keen-eared listener may have noticed, there is a slightly abrupt change, which is that when we go to a minigame, there's nothing there. Obviously, because we have not implemented that. So, what we are going to have to do from here on out is we are gonna have to change the minigame room handler, which this is a parent, right? Yes. We can put it right here so that the table room handler says to the minigame, hey, it's this kind of weather. It's raining or what have you. And the minigame room handler picks this up and says, okay, cool. I too am going to create an ambience controller and I am going to tell it this is what the weather is, and the ambience controller is then going to play this weather type and pick up the ambience as normal. But before we do that, I am going to take my second midstream break of the morning, I suppose. It is strictly speaking still morning in Central Europe. Nature's calling again. I'm sorry, I know. I can't help it. But I work from home. I trained myself to go whenever I feel like it, which is like literally every 20 minutes. But I won't be long. Feel free to stand up, stretch your legs, refill your beverage, maybe get lunch. I don't know. Not ending stream. I will be right back in a few minutes, and then we shall finish up the ambience controller, and from there, see what else we can do if we have time. See you in a bit. Music. Hey, music. Please, calm down. I know you're very excited. I'm excited too. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Nature's call has been answered, and we can continue on our extremely merry way. So, let us get started. As I described it before the break, we're gonna make sure that the ambience properly carries between rooms. So, for that, I already have a system. It's called room parameters. It's fancy, it's a little over the top, but the basic idea is that it's just a dedicated space within the global object where I can put data that is going to be relevant to how we begin a certain room, since GameMaker doesn't have strictly a function to start a room with certain parameters. You have to write those parameters. Sorry, I've got my own channel open on the side. That's a bit distracting. There we go. You have to set those parameters into a given space and then read them later. What is this, the call stack? Listen, if you don't get that joke, ask your parents. If they don't know, ask your grandparents. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just having an old moment. It is entirely possible. Likely, in fact. Let's see. Theoretically, I'm just being silly right now. If I'm talking to you and your parents don't know that how the call stack works, then that would make them early to mid-30s, and it is entirely possible that they don't, in fact, because the call stack is real deep in the tech. So it is more than possible that the first generation in your family, which still had to bother with such technicalities as pointer arithmetic and argument stacks and whatnot, is your grandparents, or it might be you, because let's not forget, GameMaker basically had a call stack for most of its life. Because for the longest time in GameMaker you could not give it arguments. Instead, well, you could specify arguments to the function call, you could not specify them in the function signature. Instead, you had to access what still exists, the argument array. And you had to manually extract these to get your data back out. This was horrible. Fortunately, I've never had to do this, but it just blows my mind. And this isn't something terribly old either. It's like 5 years or so ago that GameMaker introduced function arguments in the signature. So in the year 2020, or yeah, I don't know this exactly, but I do know, like, it was introduced after the somewhat recent tutorials were made, was this change made. So in those tutorials you still have to access the arguments array. In that year of the modern age, we didn't have function arguments. Tragic. But this is just me yelling at a non-existent cloud. So, what are we going to do? What we need to do is we need to
set the room parameters of the minigame room. Very conveniently, I have abstracted this so that there are like multiple functions, and even if we go to a hit minigame, it is still a minigame fundamentally, so it's going to call this function and that one down here. So we can adjust it here. Hey, what is the weather going to be like? And I'm just gonna add this because I have no respect for interfaces. So weather type, actually, which is going to be an enum. Weather type. Now there is very much an argument because the difficulty level and the weather type are going to be derived from fields. There is very much an argument that these should not be parameters to the function, but I kind of like the what you see is what you get style that this creates. So from here, we need to, but I could just say, I don't need this as a parameter. I'm going to write that in fact, right. No. The reason that I did that is so that I can mess with it, because hit minigames have a slightly higher difficulty level. So, but get weather type, just pass it in, and yeah, let's do it like that. Okay, so now it is passed into the parameters that other rooms can access, and then we can extract it back out from here. So this is in the parent event. Yes. In the parent event, we extract the room parameters for the room that we're currently in and set this field accordingly. This is a data structure map, if you are so curious. If you're not, it really doesn't matter. The point is, when we enter a room, we have that room's data available to us. So, here in the minigame room handler, we don't want to pick the weather randomly, we want to pick it as it was defined. Room parameters dot weather type. And this is a little bit dirty, I could do this cleaner, but don't wanna. This is basically as though we were calling instance create on the room handler with room parameters as the arguments, right? You can also pass data to an instance and that will be automatically unpacked just like this. So really, I'm just compensating for GameMaker's shortfalls, I'm gonna say. Now, I want to create an ambience controller. I want to then tell it to always start lab room ambience with weather type, which is the one that we've just extracted. Here we go. And that's actually all there is. Well, no, that's not all there is to it, regrettably. So that is going to take care of the start. Now all minigames will properly start the ambience, but once again we need to take care of when we fade out, when we leave. So that is all's up here. So what we're doing is, of course, after the minigame, we don't immediately fade out. First, we show the report card, which tells you whether you've done well on everything or if there's some requirement that you missed in order to give better feedback. I'm thinking I may do a half solution where I fade out to like half volume as I go to the report card, and I may then, as we exit, which is here, right here, we then fully fade out all sound. Yeah, this is the hook to fully leave. But we need to be careful because there's a return right here. That there is one danger of the return early method. You need to be aware that the early return exists. So, yeah, I'm feeling confident enough in my half volume solution that I want to try it. Function quiet, dampen ambience, let's say. And for this, we are going to extract the comment code. Set ambience volume. There, that's good enough. We want this to be set to a specific volume, which is a number. And then we want to call the code we have just removed from where we've removed it. Set ambience volume to 0. Or set implies something that I don't want. Fade ambience volume to 0. That's better. Fade ambience volume to 0.5. There we go. Specific numbers. Gonna figure it out. So, now, we want to fade out the ambience when we do leave, Yes, the naming here is not perfect, I'll admit. But when we do go to leave and create the report cards, we want to dampen the ambience to half volume. That way, first we have a bit of a focus, and then as we fade to black, we go to fully silent. Let's give it a try. Don't be surprised if this crashes, because I'm very incompetent. It works. It does work, but it's still a bit abrupt. Let me just slightly increase the fade time. But that's details. That's implementation details. So, I'm going to quickly solve this properly. So, step up on an even beat, kiss in both halves, clap in the first half, step back in the second half, then use 6 different moves, which is gonna look something like that. Okay, that. And now the ambience is silent. Audio balance is a bit off, but audio balance is something that we deal with later. And now, returning to the table, it is a different week. So the weather has changed. Beautiful. Now, listen carefully again. Yeah. Proper audio balancing is going to take care of some of that. Or we can also argue that, say we want to fade to just 0.2. No, that would also be silly. The idea is we can fade to a lower volume so that it never truly stops when you are transitioning between rooms. But it does fully stop when you go to dialogue, and I actually have a very clever idea on how to do that. Let me just try a thing. Right, we can also work on this. See, the idea that I have here is this is line rehearsal, where you are practicing for interviews, you are picking which responses work best for the given question, or more accurately even, you're picking the responses that are most idol-like. So it can happen that you have a response which is perfectly functional, it's perfectly correct, but it is not, it's not what a star would say, right? So right here, this question for instance, do you have someone you like a lot? Which is not exactly something that one should ask, but it's gonna come up. You know how paparazzi are. And one really good response to that is going to be to just dodge the question in a silly way. So say that you have love for all the fans and not worry about it. Not worry about the actual question, but answer like a star, like an idol. No. Yeah, something like that. I do like that. I want to try. So, and the point is, inline rehearsal, there's not a lot of sound going on there. I want to try when you insert a response, I want to play the voice of that idol who gave the response. They are already color coded like that. So I want to give that idol's voice to give it a bit more flavor. All right, let me restart the music. There we are. Okay. Now, the super clever idea that I've had is not practical. The idea was right here, right up there, the fade time was going to be longer than it takes for a room transition to occur. What that would do is it would fade to about 20% volume, and then the room would transition. But of course, that's not practically useful. I do need to hit the 0 point. I can try something like this, or let's look at the generic fade in. I can make it as long as the room transition takes, so that when you just do a direct room transition, that then you dip to 0 and start coming back up. That's something we can try. Water break. Okay. So, because then the transition is going to be a bit gentler, as it is intended. If you go from one room straight to the next, there's not intended to be a transition. Well, specifically, it's supposed to fade out and in as the fade out does, which currently is fully synchronized with that. But it is supposed to yeah. If I make this longer, is the point. If I make this much longer, let's say it fades over 4 seconds, but the fade in only takes 3.1 seconds to complete, then it is not going to be silent before the room transition occurs. But then I would need to also catch it on the other end, because right now as the room starts, we are at 0 volume and fade in from there. So we would go from 20 to 0, and that's not good. Not solid at all. So we would need an additional kind of system to translate what the volume was as we left, and that is literally an entire can of worms that can stay closed. Instead, we're just going to make sure that this fades to 0 and picks up from there. Okay. Now then, just thinking real fast. This is certainly a basic implementation. It doesn't have a ton of sounds, but it's quite good. Yes, very good. I do want to try another thing. One more thing is going to be that works for when you're just in the basic gameplay loop, right? But how does it function, or how does it feel when you're in the story? Where butterfly is going to be talking to you, picking you up out of the fade-in. I'm gonna mess with those values, but that's fine, that's what they are for. That's why we have constants. So, but if I, let's say, loaded this save from the very first day, actually this works perfectly, but I may want to yeah. I might want to dampen the audio while the dialogue's playing, as I do in the minigames already. And with stuff like right here, the next week, there is no delay. So there's the fade in. I don't know. Maybe it would certainly put more emphasis on the dialogue. I can pick up my stomach rumbling. There would certainly be more emphasis on the dialogue if we dampen the sound instead of letting it play at full volume while there is a dialogue going on. And how we are going to achieve that is going to be a little difficult. Either that or it's going to be super easy. No, it's going to be difficult. Nah, no, I can't do that. So, the idea is, here is the function that creates the dark highlighter that covers the room during dialogue scenes. And if I was a very naughty boy, then I could put a call into here to, if there is ambience on the current scene, then dampen it. But this would only work so well. That would work better than I thought. So that would work so well in the way that we can call up and see. Well, as long as there is a highlighter, dampen the ambience audio. And make no mistake, this function gets called a lot. GameMaker can't find where it's being used, but if we search for it, this function gets called 79 times. 78, I guess, strictly speaking, because somewhere in here there's the original function definition as well. Here it is. So I would need to change 78 spaces to potentially dampen the ambience and undampen it after we destroy the highlighter. Or now, stay with me here. Well, you know, strictly speaking, we wouldn't need to do that because we are only ever creating and destroying this highlighter through these two functions. So what I could do if I was naughty is I could make a call here, which does go to the room handler. It would be still properly clean, but we go up to the room handler and we tell it, hey, if there is ambience on the current scene, then dampen it. And when we are done with the highlighter, when we call destroy existing highlighter, we tell it, okay, now resume ambience. There, I'm not 100% in love with that solution just yet, but let's have ourselves a think. Because let's have ourselves a think. We would need to be careful there, in case there is a dark highlighter, well, for which we don't want to dampen the ambience, but let's say we always want to do it. We do need to be careful that when we undampen, when we destroy the highlighter, if we have already set the ambience volume to something else, which I think is exactly what happens somewhere. Let's see, this would be in the minigame room handler. What happens if we want to destroy the existing highlighter without undampening the ambience? Now, there is going to be one convenient thing, which is going to be that if we don't want to do it, we can safely set the volume on it if we're not playing anything. That would just do nothing. That would be kind of cool. So, but we need to very quickly chase down when the report card is created. It does a whole bunch of stuff, and when we advance, I know the report card calls back to the room handler to continue its thing when the report is done. Yeah. Does it manage its own highlighter? Or what are we doing? Doesn't look like it. Do we let it stay? Or do we not create one at all? Let's see. So, the minigame room handler. Also, I've just made another label, a stick. That is kind of annoying. I'll be honest with you. That is kind of annoying. But let us soldier on. So, right here it is. And when we have a valid solution that we have evaluated, when it's valid, we just fade out the report card and that's that. If it's invalid, Butterfly plays a short dialogue and then the report card starts fading. So, what happens then? Start fading sets the fade time. Easy enough. And each step it fades a little more. This is the fade in. This is the fade out. And then it calls up to on leave. So I just need to make sure there is going to be a solution either way. I can make a separate function that does not affect the ambience at all and call that in this one specific case. But I think yeah. And then call that function instead, and in all other cases call the existing function, which does fade out the ambience. So, fade, fade out, creates an outer fade out, and it, I do believe, just straight up, yeah, it just goes on top of the existing highlighter. So that would actually be fine. So if we want to be very, very naughty, we could, for instance, right here in object bar room handler, we could define a function which tells the room handler that if there is an ambience controller, to tell it to dampen the audio, and likewise to fade out or to restore it. Could do that if I so chose. Then, man, this thing has a lot of functions. Where's the ambience controller? There it is. If I so chose, it would be right here, and I would call it dampen ambience, and it would return out early if the ambience controller wasn't defined. Otherwise it would pass the call on, and likewise there would be another function like this which would do the same thing, except it would pass on a call to restore ambience, which is not a function that exists yet, but I would have to implement it. Function restore ambience, which just does the same thing, but one. No. No. We are still, we're not going to use this to flip-flop between fully stopped ambience and restore it. We are just going to continue between dampened and fully playing. So volume 1 or volume 1/2. Which is a very important difference because it means the random ambient sounds are going to be playing exactly and only if they were playing before we started messing with it. But continuing on this entirely hypothetical thought experiment, we would then put this inside the if, I think, because we only want to do this if such an instance actually exists. It usually does when this function is called, but I want to be sure. So global room handler dot restore ambience, and here we need to be careful. Strictly speaking, we're doing something very naughty here already, because creating a dark highlighter also destroys the existing one. But which means we are going to tell it to restore ambience before then immediately telling it, actually, this is too naughty. I'm sorry. I'm role-playing like I'm not a professional software engineer, but I am, and I would like to code like my check-ins have to pass review from someone else, even if that someone else does not exist, even when I'm coding by myself. So the thing is, the reason that I'm not comfortable doing that, where is this? Destroy. There it is. It is in highlighting. Now, can I delete my... I actually can. Wonderful. I am going to make a variation on this, and restore ambience. Yeah, this is going to restore the ambience and then hold on to the main script so that sorry, no, I have to do it the other way. This needs to be the one that does the thing, because I want the existing function to do it. I want the existing function to restore the ambience to its former level. And I only want to not do so when I intentionally say so. So that means we are going to restore it and then call down to this function, which handles actually destroying it. Now, this is not the cleanest code. That's not the cleanest way you could write it. Usually, you want functions to say what they are going to do. And in this case, not only am I making a function that does more than it says it doesn't just destroy the highlighter, it also restores the ambience. I've taken an existing function and added functionality to it that it doesn't say it does. Music, you're being very soft right now. Bit more voice, please. Thank you. In fact, let's just... There. That's better. So, this is very naughty. If I were working in a real development environment, that is a real program, Game Maker is not real. If I were working in such a program, I would rename this function to destroy existing highlighter and restore ambience. In fact, if I'm gonna do that, I should do it right now. Because, yeah. I'm going to need to do this with search and replace, because Game Maker has refactoring. It allows you to rename a function and have all of its references renamed, provided Game Maker is aware of where those references are, which is a very big provided. So destroy existing highlighter and restore ambience. And the point is that if I'm doing that, yes, very funny. If I'm gonna do that, I should do it right now, while I've only got the original function reference in the code. Sorry, no, I did that the wrong way around. So, there. What? Game Maker, yours. What? Game Maker, you've let me do it this way all this time. Please. Don't be a prude now. Cool. I guess it's decided it doesn't like me calling the script like this. Listen, I've come this far without caring what Feather thinks, and I'm certainly not gonna stop. Certainly not gonna start now. That's all I'm saying. Now, for clarity, we also need to rename these and restore ambience. rename the script assets so that they properly match what their content is. Ah, now it's happy again. Okay, you do you, Game Maker. Now there should be precisely one reference to this exact function, which is in the new script. Everything else points to destroy existing highlighter and restore ambience, which is good. That's what we want. So, back in here, we want to dampen the ambience when we create the dark highlighter. We may want to do the same thing here, where we offer yes. We may want to do the same thing here, where we offer two functions, and one function dampens the ambience, the other doesn't bother. But for now, I want to do it like this everywhere. And the entire point I did that was to have this function accessible from create dark highlighter, so that we don't set two different volumes at the same time, because I'm not actually positive what GameMaker would do in that case. Presumably it would only set the, like, it would work as intended. If we set it to 0 and then we set it to 0.5, that would probably work, but I'm not sure it would. So it's easier just not to tickle the dragon, as it were. Leave that demon core well alone, and just only execute the call that says, okay, ambience volume is now 1/2 instead of it's 0. Wait, it's actually 1/2. Alright. Now, at this point the dialogue ends. Lofi247, thank you so much for the follow. I am very happy that the notifier works. I've been a big dum-dum, but first off, glad you're enjoying the stream. I'll be happy if you want to, keep hanging out. Pretty cool. Thanks. But the reason that I've been a big dum-dum is I've started streaming Hit Idol somewhat recently, like 2 weeks ago now, but this isn't the first streaming that I'm doing. This channel, if we peek under the hood, actually is not new. I used to stream World of Warcraft, but I kind of fell off of that. So I've revived my channel, I've rebranded, and that was a decent bit of work. Most importantly, a lot of stuff has changed, and I didn't have my notifiers properly hooked up. So there's been a few lovely people who have followed me since then, and I didn't realize because my notifiers were wrong. So that's why I'm a big dum-dum. But now let's listen. The ambient sound should get louder as we go out of this dialogue. Yeah? Yeah. Cool. Awesome. That is lovely. And I think I'm gonna keep it like this for this exact moment. Yeah, I'm gonna mess with this a little. Make sure that everything is actually truly as I intended to be. I mean, we've already proven that I'm a bit of a dumb, and maybe I've gotten my numbers wrong. Yes, I did. Oh my... Why am I stupid, man? Why am I stupid? I've just realized when you fade to a minigame, it doesn't take as long as I thought. So the sound, the ambient fade out does what I wanted to avoid. It jumps from like 50% in the room that we are leaving down to 0 and then climbs back up as we enter the minigame room. But that's fine. I can fix that. In fact, no, let's first try, if we click, say this. Yeah, the fade time is a bit long anyway, but it fades out the ambience and it fades back in. Haha! That is the power of functions. That is the power of putting your code in one place and referencing it there rather than writing it multiple times. Do not repeat yourself. Imagine if I'd had to go to every single one of those 78 usages and individually say, okay, now dampen the ambience, and when you're done, restore it. That would have been a bother. Let's try. I think on this save I have Butterfly, Tiger, and Jade. And I only know that because I happened to glance up at the idle photos as I was scrolling down, and I saw Jade. And at this point in the story you have precisely 3 idols, and you always start with Tiger and Butterfly. I almost got myself with my "hey, you paid attention during band creation, right?" minigame. But yeah. As the focus goes to the report card, we fade out, and as the focus goes to the dialogue, we fully stop the ambience. That is wonderful. Now, there are of course 1,000,001 ways that you could do this. Actually, I quite like this one. This was 2 seconds. Let's restart this. This is a bit high energy. This track is literally called Crazy Action. Yeah, that's better. I actually liked it when it was 2 seconds. I think at 2 seconds it's still not going to fade out fully, because when we transition to a minigame, we are only doing, let me show you, right here, fade millis. I looked at this and saw, okay, it takes 1.7 seconds plus 1.4, so 3.1 seconds. But that's not actually true. That's not actually true, because the label refers to the start of a room, when it tells you, like, Songcraft, do this, write an awesome song for the band to perform. Now, that is wrong math. because when we fade out, we are only taking these fade millis, so it only takes 1.4 seconds. Right. Anyway, that's that. Don't need to concern ourselves further with this. At this point, this is implementation details. I am going to, I promise, I will find more sound assets. I already have a bunch, but I need to process them properly. Then I'm going to fiddle with it, see how it feels. That was an incredibly poor choice of words. I am going to adjust these numerical values and see what makes them properly aligned the way that I want them to sound. Jesus goodness. It's fine. You understood what I meant. So, I do want to, because I have two things that are fundamentally aligned now. I have the ambience controller and I have the fade. And what I want to do, I could let the ambience controller take an argument here. I could let it take hey, right? Hey, fade in or fade out over this many milliseconds. Could do that, but right now I'm feeling something different, which is I'm feeling to have this as a constant, but because we want it to be constant over multiple places, we want it to come from the same place. Because otherwise, well, exactly what just happened is going to happen again. I'm gonna change it here, and then we are not gonna have it changed in the generic fade in, fade out. So I want to take this here number, and what I'm gonna do, we could do one of two things. We could make this a global variable, so like global fade millis, and reference it that way. I was thinking more that we would have a function that tells us, hey, how much is fade millis right now? I want to check real fast, because it is possible to skip fades, which makes them move faster. Regrettably, I don't 100%. Yes, right. And it works like this. So, those are so. I might have to rework this, because right now it does not have any respect for this number at all, right? If it is skipped. And there are two ways that it can be skipped. There is a global setting that allows you to skip all transitions, to skip all fades, like on the first frame that it would be possible. Sooner than that even. Because if that setting is on, then it becomes skipped as it is created, rather than having to wait for the first frame where it would be possible, right here. Or if you click, then the fade is going to progress faster, which is a challenge, because it means that what I had in mind is I make a method that you ask it, hey, how long is the fade? And then it thinks, well, do we have skip transitions enabled? If so, then the fade is only so long, but if we don't, then it is 1.4 seconds. But that would not work in this way, because we would need to because right now it doesn't care about the number of fade millis when it is skipped. It just uses a different calculation. So in that sense, I'm thinking we reimagine this. I mean, I can... so I want to be able to individually skip a single fade in without setting the skip transition setting. So we need to be able to reference that. And I think what we do, instead of using this constant right here, we have two different constants, and we do go with that method idea, or perhaps both. So when we skip the fade in, we don't set this here, or at least we don't ask if skip do this, else do that. Water break. Water is important. Water is life. Instead of doing that, we do the same calculation, but instead of dividing by the longer time, we divide by a small time. Now, let's just have a real quick think. If the transition is skipped, then what this results in is this would be 0 plus 1 over the game speed. So over the course of 1 second, assuming that the game runs at a steady 60 frames per second, but listen, I've done some benchmarking, and on my rig, which is admittedly, it's a gaming computer, but on my rig, the game runs at a comfortable 5,000 frames per second. I think we don't need to be concerned about frame lag. Well, or maybe we should be. Maybe we should fully rethink this to take frame lag into account. But the idea is, it takes 1 second to fully fade when we are skipped. So we can't build Rome in 2 seconds. So let's start by putting down 1 stone. This script doesn't belong here, but I'll move it in a sec. Get fade time. And where would that come from? That would be here, because it is fundamentally linked to the settings. So this is a simple question of get setting global.settings names dot skip transitions. If we are skipping transitions, then if so, return 1 times 1000, else return 1.4 times 1000. Yes, this is a difference of 400 milliseconds. Well, not entirely. What skipping also does is it makes the labels immediately finish. Actually, not quite. Man, this is something that I'll need to think about. So the basic idea here is... No. Right. Look. We only update the labels depending on the label fade time if we are not skipped. If we are skipped, then the label alpha becomes the image alpha. So, well, maybe let's not talk about it, maybe let's show it. So, if I said that I want to skip all fades, yes, thank you, butterfly, I know what I'm doing. Then, watch carefully as I load this save here. Right, it immediately just shows the labels. Huh, that's interesting. That is interesting. Did you see that? It doesn't show anything at all for the intro labels, which I guess is fine enough, but I will need to investigate that. So I'm just gonna write that down real fast for the debugging later. Labels don't seem to show up in mini games when skipped. Yeah. Write it down for later. But the point is, we can kind of do that. So what we're going to do then is we are going to need a skip function. So instead of this fade in, fade out, directly asking, hey, are we skip transitions? No, we still need that. But we are going to have an additional function which tells us, hey, the user has clicked and we should skip now. So skip equals true. And then we need to also reset the fade time. What I'm thinking about is, yeah, fade millis now is going to be equal to get fade time. Now, this is going to be set once as we create the object, which means we need to potentially reset it when we call the skip function. And yeah, now from here we can simplify this map, since we now know that we always have in fade millis the time that we want it to take for this element to fade in or out. We can always reference it rather than the simple math. Although it might not be that easy because there is an additional element here. We want the time to start fade to be considered. That's what it is. That's what it is. So when we start this fade, or when we create the object, we are also going to tell it, hey, you're going to have a top label, you're going to have a bottom label, and in order for those labels to show correctly, they are themselves going to fade in. So we want to give it additional time before it starts doing that. But if we skip, well, we don't want that. if we skip, we just want it to finish as soon as possible. Which would be instantly, but meh. So, how we can do this is we can change it so that the math is the same. So, that would be return lamp time fade time by fade millis 0 1. Or let's work on the increase alpha, because when it fades out you have to revert it so that it goes from 1 to 0. That's a bit unintuitive. So now the only thing that we want to be different here is how the numerator of the fraction is calculated. If we are skipped, then we want this to be just time existed. If we are not skipped, we want to give it the time to start fade. So, consequently, we're going to do just that. Fade time is going to be... I'm just going to do this with a ternary. So, equals skipped. If we are skipped, then it's going to be time existed. Otherwise, it's going to be time existed minus time to start fade. And then we can remove this entire code here. There we go. And we need to do likewise down here. Calculates the fade time numerator, but instead of using it directly, since that would go from 0 to 1, we want to return lamp of 1 minus the fade time by fade millis, and clamp this to 0 and 1. It's fine to have negative values or values above 1. GameMaker handles that just fine. But it's a better idea. It's a better idea to clamp them to the values that they are intended to take. Now, let's see that. Did I break it? Yes. What did I break? Huh? What did I do? Let's see. Object room handler menu. GameMaker, I promise you this object exists. No, it doesn't. Alright. Well, I've broken something, but that's the basic idea. But looking at the time, it truly has flown past me. So I am going to wrap this up, and I'll look at this a bit more later. I will be live again tomorrow, 9 AM Central European time, 4 hours before now. I always stream for 4 hours. This should be localized time just below the stream, so should be some kind of calendar on Twitch. Anyway, thank you all so much for hanging out. It's been a lovely time. It's gone by so fast, really. Certainly would love it if you came by again. You don't have to. Just watching whenever you feel like. It's perfectly fine. It's all that I can ask of you. We are going to... I've had a look in the directory. We're gonna do a bit of a raid, which is... We're just gonna go to to another streamer who's currently on, who seems to also be suffering in GameMaker, and what are we going to do if not share this pain, right? full disclaimer, I don't know who Brent Brotta is. I have watched 0 minutes of his stream. I've just had him on, like, muted on the side. So he is not me. I don't know this person, but I can't imagine they are too bad. The point is, that's going to be it for me. Thank everyone so much for hanging out, and see you tomorrow, Sunday, same time, 9 a.m. Central European Time, next week, or whenever you feel like. I'm gonna be here. Would be really cool if you're gonna be here too. If not, it's perfectly fine. See you then. Thank you, and goodbye.
Huh? What was that?